Hello? 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 A stream is happening, I think. I think a stream is happening. Whoa. Guys. A stream is happening. What's up? How's it going? Welcome back to the Luka stream. If it's your first time here, double welcome to you. And also, I love you. How's it going? How are you today, Starboil? Hold on, I'm gonna unmute on the Discord. We're not, Needle, we haven't started yet. Hello, Mina.
Hello, Luka.
Are you ready today?
I'm ready.
Are you ready? Are you ready to stop Black Will from dying?
You could say that I was born ready. That'll make sense later.
Okay. I love when you make a joke and you're like, that doesn't make sense yet, but it will. That's really good. I can't believe Athena did a murder.
I know.
It's wild.
Possibly more than one murder.
Wait, what?
You were speculating last time that you think that Athena would have killed her mom, Phil.
Yeah. Is that? Oh, right. Yeah. I thought that's what we were doing today, which it is. But they also think she did the murder of Clay. Yeah. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, that's why she was arrested in the first place.
I forgot about the main part. And I was like, oh, Athena probably killed her mom. It's fucked up. All right. I see. The thing is, I had kind of, because in Bridge the Turnabout, I theorized, oh, did Pearl did Dahlia possess Pearl and kill Maya's mom? I was like, that'd be really dark. And then they obviously didn't do that, so I'm kind of like questioning, like, are they gonna have Athena be the one who killed her mom? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. How dark will this game be? I mean, it does got lots of blood and shit in it, so maybe darker than Bridge the Turnabout.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, I'm ready. We're going to trial, right?
Yeah, right to trial, yeah.
Oof. Oof. Okay. I'm just gonna take a quick sec and look at why do we Oh, because are we doing two different? We're doing trial for two different things in this case, I guess. So we still
have got one day to wrap everything up.
Yeah. Great. Moonrock earring. That's evidence, huh?
Yeah.
Huh. Alright. Okay, I need to look at this. Instant death due to stab wound to the heart. Would that kill you instantly?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Like, if not instantly, very soon after instantly. Because without the muscle that's regulating your blood flow, you perish pretty quickly.
Yeah, I guess so. It would at least send you into shock instantly. Yeah, that would. That would happen. Wow, they are being really descriptive in what's in these photos. That is like relevant. They're like, here's all the stuff that you should keep an eye out in this photo for when you need to present things. A cart. Thanks. That looks very important. Okay. And then yeah. Oh yeah, but we couldn't watch the video. There wasn't time to watch the video apparently.
Yeah, Fulbright didn't have it on him. He just mentioned it existed.
Holy shit, Needle. You just said that and I'm like, huh. Huh. Interesting. The funny thing is that I know you don't know fuck all. Wow. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. All right. Well, okay.
Listen, Black Bolt just has long hair because he was in prison for so long. He was very well groomed before that.
Yeah, obviously. That makes total sense. Until we see a photo of him back then and he has, like, still has the same ponytail. Alright. I'm ready. I did a little research. On what? I looked into those special Psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did. That's great. I really appreciate it. Why is this only just now coming up and it didn't come up when he was talking to Kristoff?
Pearl wasn't there. He didn't remember to tell her. Or he didn't care to tell her, either way.
Okay. A red Psyche lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how we got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black Psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that that person isn't even consciously aware of. Bullshit! This is a retcon. Kristoff.
It is a retcon, but I still think it fits with Kristoff if you bend it a little bit.
If you bend it a little bit.
It's like it's something that you. The way they phrase it is a bit awkward, but I think it's something that you're subconsciously trying to keep under lock really, really tightly. And I think for Kristoff, it would just be his involvement in Phoenix's disbarment, because that's like literally the reason why he did everything.
God, Kristoff
if that comes to light, then everything else.
Such a petty bitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fuck that guy. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the Psyche locks. According to my research, a black Psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. What does that mean? In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Oh, okay. Thanks, Phoenix.
Phoenix is very good at interpreting spiritual terms.
Yeah. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. Oh, the bummed Pearl is like a good little animation.
Yeah.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Alright. It's weird not talking to Apollo or Athena before a trial.
For the first time, he is truly alone.
Yeah.
Chris is being held hostage. Athena's in prison. Apollo's against him right now. Like...
Well, I mean, he has Edgeworth. And, like, Edgeworth literally said he would help.
Yeah. But, you know, he's Edgeworth. He's helping for him.
He's gonna help in his own Edgeworth way.
Yeah, helping for him occasionally means traumatizing and humiliating women in the middle of court.
Yeah, that is true. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off, and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. That's cool, man. I love that.
Look at that.
I love that. I love that whole vibe. Hey, Klonko.
It's so epic.
Oh, this is really cool, actually.
It's great. They've created all new assets just for this.
It's so cool. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. please try not to upset Miss Blackwell? I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Hi, Edgeworth.
This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
Hello, Edgeworth. It's nice to see you here. Well, what did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor?
However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I like how I was like, oh yeah, Edgeworth's here though, and Edgeworth said he'd help, and then immediately he fucking antagonized the hostage taker.
Yeah, that's, you know, I wouldn't want anything less for him.
No, it's very Edgeworth of him. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system.
Absolutely, I believe that 100%. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else.
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Wow, 2 murder. Athena has done 2 murder.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Why is this so anime?
Dramatic wind.
Better bring it.
Where's the wind coming from? We're still in an entire building.
The roof, I guess.
Oh yeah, I guess the roof is blown off.
In session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
Oh, there it is.
We go.
The prosecution is also ready.
You know what? This is pretty fucking hype, actually.
It is.
I fell for it. Fuck.
It's great. It's great.
It's really good. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. Yeah? Yeah, Phoenix? Uh-huh. Sure, bud.
It's my duty to declare Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity.
But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. Immense sexual tension. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, this is flashback. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. It's so nice that the judge has somebody reliable. Finally.
Someone's not gonna bully him.
Yeah. Although I have been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
Hot take, I wish he kept the glasses on.
Yeah, so do I.
It's such a cool
He's
aged
really
up
hot
design.
with the glasses, actually.
Yeah, he's extremely daddy.
Yeah.
What?
I heard that.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement.
Oh, of course. You're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Hello, Jazz. We're just starting.
Yeah, we just started the trial. We did most of the case yesterday, like the investigation.
Yeah.
Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident.
Please. I need it. The
incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor.
Athena's mother.
Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were 2 deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. You can see his face quite clearly.
He's got that vintage 2003 steel samurai katana.
Yeah. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Oh. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of that kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back.
Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see.
The prosecution calls its first witness.
Does Aura holding everyone hostage make her more hot? No, because she's holding Trucy hostage. Everybody else, it would make her hotter. The fact that Trucy's there, not very hot.
Yeah, that was Simon's defense in the trial. He got up in the stand and said, Your Honor, can't help being a Gemini. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years.
New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Fulbright? Hello? So, it's really unfortunate, but I think the Fulbright voice is something I'm carrying forward because I've also been doing it in the Eastward streams.
The energy is infected you.
It's such a good voice. The energy is good. I like it.
Yeah, even if he's the most cop-ass cop.
Yeah. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Klonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory.
Oh yeah, she's super getting arrested after this.
100%, regardless of how this turns out.
Yeah. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted, the one with absolutely no bias whatsoever. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. How is her investigation admissible in court whatsoever, considering how obviously biased it is?
Because she's the sponsor.
And she'll kill people if... Yeah, you're on fair point. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else who was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone else. Someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. What rolling case? What? And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases at different sizes. Oh, these. These over here. Okay. But there are multiple sizes. Multiple different sizes of people could fit in them. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene of the scene with the case. You can see his face so clearly. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. I have been taught not to be convinced by this. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found?
She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident.
Huh.
In addition, it's unknown when Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death.
Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi?
That's what the evidence is saying, yes.
It's
It's like, well, I'm not saying it, but...
I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl?
Of course, the girl had a very strong motive.
Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Her superpower! Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading, not one bit.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Rice.
Is he wearing eyeliner?
No, he just has dark bags under his eyes all the time. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments.
Wait, which makes him hotter?
Eye bags or eyeliner?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on your taste.
I think eyeliner would make him hotter, honestly. Those are definitely dark circles, yeah. Okay. Mina?
Yes.
Are you gonna say this?
Oh, did not pick it up?
Wait. It transitioned, so I thought he was saying a different line, but he just said...
Oh.
That was confusing. Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Alright. But, I mean...
Press.
Oh yeah, it's Fulbright. So, Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else? Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe.
And that's what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright.
But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth.
So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other then. Fine. I expected no less.
Of course you did. Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating.
It's like, ah, young love.
Yeah, exactly. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too, so let's keep going. Alright. Do you think they call each other Mr. in private? Why?
No, I think Mr. is their weird way of, like, you know, keeping things professional.
Yeah. Do you think Edgeworth definitely still calls him Phoenix and not Nick though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he calls him Phoenix, he calls him Wright most of the time still.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's just speculation.
No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off.
I don't know if I like Edgeworth's objection.
Yeah, I don't think it's very good. It sounds too old.
Yeah. It's
Sounds
like
like it sounds like a Von Karma objection, not like
it's that's what it is. It sounds like Von Karma. And they're not the same person at all. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. Alright.
Hold it!
This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken?
Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos.
She has! But what is it? But what is that conclusion?
You're the one with her notes.
Oh, right, of course. Reading them now, so why the rolling case? Okay.
Hold it!
And how do you propose you hit a person inside one of those cases?
Have you forgotten that we just saw such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show. She fit a grown person into a small box.
He went
her magic shows
He went to
together.
her they would go to their magic That's so cute.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Way to ruin the memory of a good day.
Oh, bet it was a good day.
They are so married. Oh my god.
Yeah, like...
Oh.
They explicitly say that he doesn't invite many people to her magic shows, because, like, people seem surprised that his daughter is a magician.
That's really cute. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise.
Alright, going full on, where's my hug mode?
So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. That was such a non sequitur. That objection didn't even matter.
No, but it was fun.
It was very fun. But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside.
Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case?
Maybe. Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some space to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Should I? Do I have...
Yeah, you should bluff it.
And I don't have... okay. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just had to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Ooh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. All right then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. Oh, I know exactly what it is.
What is that?
It's this weird thing. That
A weird thing.
I don't know what it is.
What thing?
Is that Ponko's arm?
What we know about Ponko from that time period?
Was Ponko alive yet?
Look at the commemorative photo.
Oh! How did I never notice that? I was so busy caught up in how hot Aura is, I just didn't notice that Ponko's arm was all bandaged up. Oh, it's like a cast!
Yeah.
And Athena brought attention to that. Right. So it is now canon that Athena writes in Japanese.
Yes.
Okay.
Because her mom was also a weeaboo, like Blackwell was.
Right, this is her katana.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is why we like to joke about the katana being official Steel Samurai merchandise, because it's the only way it would make sense for an American to have something like that in their office.
Yeah, I think so.
Take that!
Please notice that there's a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? What are you talking about? Your Honor, about this robot part.
I think what he's talking about is during that 7-year flop era he had. He went to some very specific clubs.
Yeah. All right.
He did some things he wasn't proud of.
Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and the robot arm. But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What? For what purpose?
Objection!
Certain that the part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but that could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
It's a robot part. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. Yeah.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words... Oh, I accidentally skipped that. In other words, that this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth. I almost said Blackwell because I'm so used to saying that.
Prosecutor Bledgeworth.
What do you have to say to this?
I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child. But it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a bowl. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there.
The case... What? The case does come up to about mid-thigh in Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. Do they... If the arm was off, what else was? They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit in the case by... dismantling her, right?
He just crunches her into a cube and throws her in the cage. That'd be so cruel.
That would be. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. Oh, this is... yeah. It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor, that's what a katana is. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. Also, there's blood on the joint.
No, that's just a robot feature.
Oh,
when Metas gave them hearts, that includes blood as well.
Oh, God.
No, I'm joking.
In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean. That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. My head, my body, where am I? Gah. Wait, that's the same orange box.
Yeah.
But, who used that in the previous game?
I think Phineas used it earlier in this game.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Wow, I was like, who the fuck is Phineas? The Tanuki.
Yeah, Phineas Filch.
Yeah. Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Oh, okay. Thank you for confirming that. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
He's thinking.
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot.
All right, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I had a bit of a different opinion from the outset.
Fuck off.
Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense.
You're welcome. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time, as usual. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only showed Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something. Or someone.
Shut the fuck up! That's hardly evidence.
I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it. The stain had a highly distinctive shape.
A bloodstain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
7 years ago, the defendant was known to be constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her.
Yeah.
Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as those headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted upon Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp indeed.
Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument.
Oh! Take damage now. Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer.
I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective
Edward's just
Fulbright,
sitting there thinking, this fucking guy.
yeah, I mean, what else does he expect, right? Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. Robot witness. Judge, we had a orca in the courtroom just a few months ago. How is this any more ridiculous? Order! Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years.
Uh-huh.
So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him.
Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
I love how Edward's just like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah, sure, fuck it.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness, my name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that, but when you are the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
Ponko's very cute.
Yeah. What an utterly inflexible little robot.
It's a wow, you can really see the dark circles under his eyes there, huh?
Yeah, it's like just giving everyone a death glare.
Yeah. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Why is there so much innuendo? There's so
Because
much!
They're married, Capcom just wouldn't let them confirm it.
Haha! You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. How precious.
Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Oh yeah, yeah, Zarbor, that's a good point. It is like Edgeworth once again having issues with witnesses. That's very cute.
It's because he's the most patient and polite prosecutor, which is weird considering how rude he can be.
Yeah.
But like, Francisco would just whip people who are uncooperative. Godot yells at them. Clavier just gets respect because he's Clavier.
Yeah.
And Blackpool, like, again, threatens them. So it's just Edgeworth who has these problems because he's too polite.
He's normal.
He's too high class and snooty.
Yeah.
Certainly, just one moment. Search and data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
cool. You're so happy about it.
I saw someone die. It was my mother.
Oh no.
Because she did call them her mother.
Yeah, that's sad.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to the case after all.
This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. That's cute. I like the judge.
Yeah.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? Alright.
I went to the robotics lab around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There was no data after that point.
Huh. Well, that sucks for us, huh?
Robots can't lie.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime.
What?
At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So, what are you suggesting?
The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child, unless that child was a professional wrestler performing an expert suplex.
Hell yeah. They don't, but...
Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is... that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment.
What? What? You think Ponko would see a sword, though?
Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yeah, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena's usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
Yes, we can interpret this to mean that. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I'm recharged, when I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
Yeah, you're a robot.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now. Think about it, robots don't lie. The robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Yeah, exactly, Cookie. Your Honor, it's simple. If we just replace this word with another word, it's totally a bad thing. Fuck, Edgeworth. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
I see you haven't changed. You never would want to worry about wasting time.
Very well, even if it may be a waste of time. You may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Alright. Hi, Ponko. Why they give the robot titties? That's where the memory is stored.
Each one's got 50 terabytes.
I should just press all this, shouldn't I?
But yeah, press whatever you think seems suspicious.
I should double check. If we're gonna have times, I should double check. Okay, well, fuck. So, yeah, the error is interesting. I'm just gonna press most of this stuff, I think. Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. It's kind of a stretch if you ask me. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. That's like actually a
Wow.
pretty smart anti-surveillance measure.
Ethical robotics!
Yeah, like if you're gonna create a robot that has a omnipresent brain that lives in the computer but can roam around freely, it probably is for the best that it can't spy on people.
Yeah! Hey Amazon, take fucking notes.
Meta Sykes is the only ethical roboticist.
No shit.
If I listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Who would ever create a robot such as that?
Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague.
It's a shame that a little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
Like, I realize that, like, Ponko not being able to, like, listen to voices not directed at her is just convenient for, like, continuing the mystery here. But also, who knew that this would prove to be relevant in an ethical manner in the modern day?
Yeah, it's a good, like, patch over what could have been a plot hole.
Yeah.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Menace was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
What does that mean? Her heart? Yeah, what does that mean exactly?
It's alright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system.
Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute, that means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
Oh, Ponko, it's okay.
In one case, this game is making you very endeared to this cute little
Yeah, I like Ponko a lot.
robot. New daughter added to the roster.
Yeah, robot daughter.
The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
Ugh.
After Mama Menace's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Yeah, that's on the other side of the room.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Okay, Judge, don't get creepy with it now. Okay, so where is the crime scene photo?
There he is.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy.
Yay! Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However,
anyone who's just tuning in now must be so confused as to why we gave Ponko a southern accent.
yeah,
I just realized that.
it's very good. Her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved?
I mean, it's the one that doesn't incriminate your clients. So.
Yes. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Whew. I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
He's thinking.
Right. It's been 8 years, but he's still just as green as ever.
Green. But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. What do you mean? What do you mean? You saw him last year in a hoodie and a fucking beanie, dude.
That didn't happen.
That didn't happen?
The judge forgot.
He forgot. All right. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say?
If the defendant couldn't have moved the body herself, she could have had it moved for her.
Moved her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there.
I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. That replaced hugging with stabbing, not so nice now, is it? We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
Then, who do you suggest moved the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
So mean.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down.
Doesn't even acknowledge it.
Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes. Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. I just move things.
An ID tag, you say?
Yeah, it's a tag with a barcode on it. We robot scan to tell us what a thing is.
Hmm.
You know, that's actually a pretty realistic depiction of how robotics would actually work.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Robots do not just have object permanence like people do.
Yeah, they have weirdly written this to be weirdly make sense. That paper in the lab did mention something about that.
They put more thought into this case than the previous, 3 put together.
Yep, they sure did. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID, it said.
So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what had moved. My name is Ponko. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
Edgeworth, what is your beef with Ponko?
He's just an old fogey now. He just gets his names wrong by accident. he's like the dude, the neighbor in the Matt Fraction Hawkeye series who keeps calling him Hawkeye.
Wow, that was a pull.
It's a good series. Everyone should read that one. It's the only good thing Hawkeye's ever been involved in.
Really? Yeah. He sucks in the movies.
It's gorgeous, and they actually accurately portray his deafness, which is great.
We do.
What I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the bodies onto the operating table.
Gah! I try to do that one accurately. Ponko, did you really move Miss Sykes' body? Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working.
But
She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab.
oh, well, that's not helpful, is it?
Not really.
Great.
I like her design a lot, though. I think it's very good.
She's very cute.
An early award for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
That sucks. I hate that, actually.
It's pretty twisted. Like even considering Ponko isn't a human, just like the idea that a artificial child moved her mother's body without realizing it is.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That sucks. But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the body, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With the facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't have been able to tell it was Dr. Sykes.
Ugh. He's right.
To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood.
Robots.
I just like to imagine that's how he would pronounce it.
Yeah, absolutely. Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
You want a reason? Very well.
What? You can't possibly have an explanation.
Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe I read the robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right?
That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
Yeah. You can't possibly be suggesting...
This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing the robots from people.
But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. Oh, that is flashback. Fuck! I don't remember anything. No way, I refuse to believe it.
Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace.
Prosecutor Edgeworth! If what you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word this delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands.
She tried to disassemble her mom.
The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word. Just stop.
was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime.
That can't be.
That's so Edgeworth in like a nutshell.
Yeah.
He's willing to go to cruel lengths to find the truth.
Yeah. This sucks. Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible. Huh. Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her.
I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way.
Hi, Charles.
Hello.
What do you mean?
After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation.
But
But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. And the body was moved per the defendant's command. Those two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged.
this just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence.
Having chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edra's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Hello? Hi. Prosecutor Blackwell.
This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here?
7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. I don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. Didn't even question it. Edgeworth didn't get a chance to, object or anything.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I saw Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was.
Uh-huh. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
Which would be...
You fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother would try fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she would have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony.
Well, you should only take stock in the words of a wind-up toy. Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
Oh. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you're trying even now to turn away from the truth. Don't you realize we could bring the dark end of the law to the close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down in hell?
Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Yeah, why the fuck would Blackwell care about the dark age of the law if he's about to be executed? Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
Right. Let's hear your verdict. If you don't area, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell.
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then please present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish...
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Rare full body shot of Blackwell there. Athena, are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this. Why is she allowed to be here?
It is canon that the defendants are always in the courtroom, like, during the trial.
No, but, like, why is she allowed to be here?
I don't know. I think that's just because that's the only sprite they had for her. It's like, you could headcanon by saying she's over in the the defendant's box, which is, like, to the left of the witness stand.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just a weird inconsistency born from the fact that they didn't have unlimited resources for this game.
Yeah, Cookie, this is not the first time, but also this is, I will say, the first time it has been a co-counsel who has done 2 separate murders.
Very, very true. Either way, I'm not gonna say no to more Athena. So.
No, I'm not gonna say no either.
Like Stono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? How many times have we flashed back to this?
I think this is the 3rd time. Though the first time we had 0 context for it.
Yeah, that's true. Oh wait, this is new dialogue, I think.
Yeah, this is new. Yeah.
Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Oh, yeah. I forgot that this makes me cry. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
Aww.
But, Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. And it's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. A chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena's being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine. Your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear
Calling
the
him by
voice
his
of your
first
heart.
name.
Yeah. Well, because It's like her calling him Blackwell was under the premise of like them not being familiar, but now that premise is just completely shattered. Like they probably knew each other very well.
Yeah, they definitely did.
This short hair is still very sus. You should voice these, by the way. Wait, no, this is not.
I already voiced it.
Yeah.
I'll voice new stuff.
Oh wait, this is his face.
Yeah, but that's just what he looked like back then. There's no twist behind it.
What
That's
the
just how he
fuck?
looked. Yeah, he looks like one of the 4 fat sluts.
Yeah, he does. Happy? Happy.
Yeah.
Happy? This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and I hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that.
Yes, he did pose with the katana while patiently waiting.
Ready to strike.
Yeah.
He's like, Athena, look at this, and started doing some sick katas.
Oh, that's very funny to me. Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead?
I needed a witness for my sick katana katas. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan, nothing contradictory about that. Nothing personnel meant.
Gah. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll sort of keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. I like how nobody has called into question that Athena is even here.
Yeah, I mean, aside from Aura, who would?
Yeah.
Good little head pat.
Aww. That's sweet.
Yeah, there's such good parallels between Phoenix and Maya. Like, they also have, like, a sibling bond.
Yeah. Except Phoenix hasn't killed anybody yet.
That's weird.
Sad. It was Angie before.
It was angry and happy before, because he said it was cathartic, but now it's sad.
Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had laid in wait to kill her be sad at her death?
Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Yeah, Simon's her brother-uncle, and they have a really interesting relationship.
Yeah. Ugh. He can't be talking about that, can he? Is that why he killed her? Allegedly, supposedly? Yes.
My objective was to save Athena. From an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject.
Her brunkle. I like that word. What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's usually where I would find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. It was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment, I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill.
So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. That's a first.
Yeah. Didn't think it was gonna be easy, did you?
No, I didn't. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? I can either use an evidence-based approach if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions.
There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on his lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
I don't think so. Not when I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. What should I tackle first?
This is the mood matrix.
His emotions, I guess. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Oh, okay, good. That's cool. Aw, Athena. Uh-huh. There's a lot of shock in here.
Yeah, but there's one in particular that stands out as being weird.
This one?
Yeah. It's like a lot of surprise.
Yeah, that's very much a lot. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab?
Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't guard her over her daughter 24 hours a day.
So, Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it.
That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with a katana that was there in the lab.
Fucking brutal, dude.
I love how he's so dedicated to protecting Athena that he's making up plausible lies on the fly.
Yeah.
Just to keep up with it. It's such a good contrast between him and Edgeworth, because like Edgeworth is like, the truth no matter what, even if I have to be mean to get there.
Yeah.
And Blackwell is all about loyalty. Like he's so loyal that he's willing to do everything he can to hide the truth and take the fall for someone else.
I think Blackwell's a good guy.
He's a really surprisingly good guy.
Yeah.
Considering how much of a rude boy he is.
He's a very rude boy.
That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Well, fuck. It's at 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Well, if the noise level, if the noise level only goes up whenever we tackle his emotions, then we should do testimony and do an evidence-based approach here.
Yeah, this is the coolest mood matrix in the game in my opinion, because it blends every aspect of it so well.
Yeah. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. Oh, but it still gives the moon matrix. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Ponko doesn't have this memory.
And also there's a... Remember? Look at the picture of Ponko disassembled again.
Disassembled?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, whoops. Well, okay, it's a good thing that was the evidence.
Yeah. Very, very lucky.
It's just sometimes the thing is there's two different buttons, so I'll press this occasionally to try to get the present, and unfortunately my brain swapped the two this time.
That's okay. It was the right one.
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo.
Did they? Usually he would say photograph.
They made a conscious effort to avoid
They probably
that.
made a conscious effort to avoid that phrase.
That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it?
How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin?
Hello, Marissa.
The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm when it was severed with a katana?
What the fuck happened to the courthouse? Oh yeah, it was bombed at the start of the video game.
It blowed up.
It blowed up.
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely, the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? Well, that can't be! Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now!
You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions there. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Uh-oh.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave.
Fuck no you won't.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. It's been a while since this has happened.
Yeah, and this is the most happening.
Huh. What terrible scene?
You need to pinpoint what's causing everything to go haywire. What did he see that made things go nuts?
What did he see that made things go nuts? Probably this. Maybe? Nope. What the? Okay. So not the corpse. Is it it's not Ponko, is it?
So why is he being so protective here?
Athena. Oh.
What would he have seen that would make him just become overcome with emotion?
What he assumes to be Athena having killed her mother.
When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, Prosecutor?
Give it a second. Oh, there we go.
You should know better. I know it's pathetic. I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now can't you find it within yourself to believe in me, too?
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
That's you, Phoenix Wright.
Here we go.
It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two,
Oh, fuck.
covered in blood.
Yeah, no, this image right here is the reason why the game got an M rating.
That's a child covered in blood, huh?
Yeah, the ESRB is very serious about children in violent scenarios, and the implication that she killed her mother and is now standing over her dead body is bridge too far for them.
Yeah, also thanks for the bits, Jazz.
She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, and she sweetly said, "Do
you want to deliver this line?
I guess so. Oh, fuck. I hate that! Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. Fuck!
Yeah.
Dark!
Yep.
Real fucking dark!
Like, legitimately dark. Not like edgelord dark, but just like...
Super
God.
dark!
That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth you so desperately wanted."
Yeah, Athena jump scare moments is right.
Yeah. Looks like something out of a RPG Maker horror game.
It looked like she was from Higurashi, literally.
Yeah.
No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? I Oh, Athena breakdown.
Yep.
Well, so it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena!
As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, the scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection.
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. The emitted sound waves nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No! That can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Your love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Olga was a witness, so I put it in a case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute,
Wow!
and I hid the case in the Space Center grounds.
Poor Ponko.
Yeah, at least she was put back together.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul, I guess.
Yeah. She doesn't remember it anyway, so whatever.
Yeah, and like even if the body was destroyed, her brain's on a computer, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't kill her.
It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on things that you disagree with?
I'm not. But this. I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Athena?
it's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes an opportunity to confess?
Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Alright, here we go. Time to tear Athena apart, I guess. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena.
Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can finally come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have had.
I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Oh, is this just gonna happen?
Objection!
No, it's not. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I've said that you never change, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of truth.
I will say this is kind of a regression because, like, Matt Ongar did throw that into question.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth, you big romantic. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
Right. Are we gonna do this now? So we obviously can't use the mood matrix on Athena. Wait, are we actually gonna break her psyche locks in court?
There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell.
Oh,
So save here.
Okay.
I know this is unorthodox, but I want you to present the wrong evidence here.
Oh shit! Really?
The resulting dialogue is really funny.
Okay. What? Anything?
Yeah, just basically anything.
And what contradiction does that piece of evidence prove?
Well, sometimes you have to flip or tilt the thing to get a new way of looking at it, Your Honor.
And I suggest you get a new way of looking at things yourself, Mr. Wright.
Wait, that's not new. That didn't work. That's not funny.
Oh, that's weird. I'm almost certain that's where you're supposed to do it. Give me 1 second to double check it.
Hold on. I'm actually gonna load that. I don't want to take damage if I don't have to.
Yeah, that's understandable. Okay, I'm just double checking it now.
Alright.
Okay, so yeah. So present the correct piece of evidence here.
Okay, the katana.
Yeah.
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And thereof, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every single minor detail.
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore.
In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means?
Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I
Okay,
want to
here
say
it
that
is.
Athena didn't stab anyone. But she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think.
Okay, this is the one you have to do incorrectly.
Okay. Which one is
The
the
first
incorrect one? The first one?
The first one's the incorrect one, yeah.
I'm gonna save again. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me actually think about this, though. The defendant, yeah, I mean, this makes sense. Yeah. The blood was wiped off of the handle. Uh-oh, I got the treatment.
I shouldn't have to explain the implications of your own argument to you, right? But all your claim suggests is that Miss Sykes wiped the blood off herself after the fact.
I knew that.
I know that bluffing your way through things is your calling card. But her credibility phoned just now and told me to tell you to put a sock in it.
Oh. Are you kidding me?
There we go, that's what I wanted you to see.
Are you kidding me? You're kidding me. Why would he say that?
Because they're married.
They're married. Daddy Edgeworth.
Oh, it's so funny.
That's so good.
It's so funny.
They are so gay. Oh, it's so good. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana?
Edgeworth is a top.
Edgeworth, yeah. Well,
That's why he wears the red suit.
yeah. What?
The entire red oni blue oni dynamic.
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Red is the aggressive, dominant one, and blue is the submissive,
Yeah.
cool one.
That makes sense. That's good.
And what are you up to this time?
This is it.
This time I've found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana, that much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, that could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course you would ask that.
I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always?
How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought.
What did you say?
Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. I mean... Wait a minute, there is something! There's a high probability that that was in the lab. What? Let's look at these again. There's a katana there. That was in the lab. Moonrock is not sharp. A toolkit? A toolkit. A toolkit?
What was in the toolkit?
What could be in the toolkit? Knives.
Well, I mean...
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Alright. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. Wow, we're really using evidence from the last thing, huh?
Yeah.
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this like this one, are issued to Space Center employees. And robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now.
Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents.
It didn't contain any blades because they took it! What are you talking about? I'm so mad at you right now! Also this is, like, look at this obvious puzzle. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles?
Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
What are you talking about? I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
You know what proof do you have of that?
There's a slot empty. Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. He got weirdly incensed about that.
No, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed,
He's
Mr.
like-
Wright.
It's like, listen, Wright, do you remember when we went to the art gallery last month and you thought that the air conditioner was an installment?
Oh, that's funny. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. I see they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with?
Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
Go the court then, if you would. What pattern design will we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
This.
Yeah.
And what design is it? Oh, wait, is this not the right? Oh, yeah, this is. I was like, oh no. And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center.
Yeah, that's true. Phoenix is the art mage.
Yeah.
Edward looking at his aesthetic sense is so funny. It's like, dude, I literally studied this in school. Shut up.
I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, who would have figured? It would complete the Gyaxa logo. So it would. Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours, and while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one.
Oh.
Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes.
Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything?
Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife?
Don't be ridiculous! Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument?
Well, I suppose I am. I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood in the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, all at age 10.
Yeah,
And then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away.
that does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence.
If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven its existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands.
No.
It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or the utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you can't escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother.
What if there was a third person, though? I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if...
Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth?
Ugh. Phoenix breakdown now.
There it is. There's the breakdown pose.
Oh no. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. Ugh. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No! Step out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you giving into doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. It ain't over yet.
Right.
I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. If we don't see a path, we'll carve one for ourselves.
Yeah.
Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Here we go. Brain blast. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed somebody with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Okay. Alright, let's think about this. The obvious counter-argument here is Metis would be dead, so she couldn't do it.
Yeah. If Athena did it, I mean, she's guilty, right?
If Athena did it, she's guilty, so it's a third person.
Yeah.
There's a third person! If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I don't know. This was supposed to fool Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection? Simon? No.
Ponko only saw two people in the room, Athena and Metis, right?
Yeah. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim, her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit.
Friggin' way to go, Kay. Like, 10-year-old stabbing someone that killed your mom.
Hell yeah!
Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations.
You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby... I didn't say it was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
God, this track is so good.
So good.
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? I swallow a lot from you, but not that.
Shut up!
According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence?
Ah, you make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts.
Ponko's strange malfunction. Yeah. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
All the ridiculous theories. What good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person to the scene, the robot would have detected them.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What?
So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor, the person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer.
But that's... impossible!
A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask? Yes, I remember
Athena, what is it?
It's a really spooky image.
Here we go. I remember a man with a mask. How could he... What did he do to my mother? My head,
Miss Sykes, are you alright? Oh... They break. The black Psyche locks. They're breaking. Holy shit.
It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered.
They're gone. The black Psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then...
It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She...
Taking care of his daughter.
Fuck, don't say that!
Like that wording, I'm here, you're safe.
Yeah. Fuck! She was on the floor, by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man! Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena.
Shut up, Judge.
Shut the fuck up.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and, he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes, but he tried again.
And this time, you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes' arrival. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Those things are
Oh.
always creepy, but
They're
in this
so
context,
creepy.
it's like 1,000 times creepier.
Yeah, they're so creepy. Aside from the Oni ones. The Oni ones are kind of cool.
Yeah, but like this Hanaya mask is very creepy.
Yeah, the Hanaya masks are super creepy. Oh, this mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask. That a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. Oh, wait, isn't
No is the kind of theater.
Yeah, that's right. Phantom. It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... Hi, Aura. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Hold on. Our thing here is supposed to be finding Simon innocent.
Yeah.
What's your beef, Aura? Miss Blackquill, this isn't good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says there wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little mind? Oh, she's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence. Oh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing, if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. Yeah. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise... Right! Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Do I?
It's okay. This is really silly and probably like the one thing that I really dislike about this case. It's the videotape.
What?
So they assumed that the crime happened around 3 because that's when Blackwell is leaving the scene, right?
Yeah.
They just never rewound it further.
Shut up! The cops in this game are so fucking stupid.
I know, and what bugs me is this didn't have to be there. Like, there are other ways that you can present the idea that there was a third party there without being like, oh yeah, we just forgot to do our job.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then?
I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check.
Just as I thought. Really, just as you thought? So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then. Let's take a look. There! Please stop it right there. Oh my god, it's Clay Taryn! Needle, what the fuck? It's just like you said. There is a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did. Oh yeah, this is flashback. Can you see it? That's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife was under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Miss Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief.
Like, yeah, our possibilities are they never rewound it, or they rewound it, saw this guy hiding his face with a hat with a bleeding hand, and just went, yeah, that's fine, that's normal.
Whatever. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab.
It's such a creepy image. That's gonna give me nightmares.
I hate it. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's not possible.
What? Why not? The victim's
jacket.
that's fab,
Oh, sorry.
The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video.
And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene of the crime confirms beyond the doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene?
What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? That's a good question. The killer brought it back? Why would the killer bring it back? It would be pretty incriminating.
Yeah, it's because the entire reason that they wore the jacket in the first place was to disguise the time of death, right?
Yeah.
So if that was missing, people would catch on a lot faster.
Yeah, that makes sense. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found?
Yeah.
Yeah. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found.
Mr. Wright, you do realize the implication of that argument?
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. And who was the person who was, like, always there? Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in.
Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag?
Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get to the reports on these 3 people.
You will!
You can also check the facial recognition database for that robot. This person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask. It might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Absolutely. Prosecutor
The Phantom
Edgeworth!
self-reported.
Does this mean...
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not this was ever an official trial, anyway.
Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Fuck yeah! Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won! I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong.
Not you either, Your Honor. Now silent.
The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and repaid that love with death. All these years, hitting Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anyone tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell.
How unlike you, Aura. Meadows was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner, isn't that?
Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted.
There we go.
Oh, super gay.
Confirmed gay.
Very gay. Good. Aura Blackwell gay. It's very good.
Extremely confirmed canon.
Confirmed gay. Confirmed canon. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
I always joke that if they made like a true crime documentary about the Blackwell killings, they would go out of their way to mention that Menace and Aura were very close and very good friends.
They were very,
times.
very good friends. She cared very deeply about her intelligence.
Or there's something I've wanted to say if you'll lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Menace's murderer is.
You do?
Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody actually planned to sabotage the At-1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him.
Oh, how exciting! What was the lead?
Recording the Phantom's voice. The quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet, I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes, the spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Act 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. This is the Phantom's theme, by the way.
It's really good. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been?
Yeah, it's funny you should say that as our world, because Jazz was actually the one who made that tweet.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Who was to say?
Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight in all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle that into prison? Oh, I have my ways. Up me bum.
Your prison pocket.
What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing.
Taka!
I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors through the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt.
And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information?
Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of him. It's all I have of my mentor.
I will. I'd better hold on to this real tight.
There's like an opera music, like it's a Final Fantasy boss theme.
Yeah, it's really good. I love it. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? So, would that make them like a sociopath?
I guess like a Hollywood,
like a psychopath or some kind of path.
a Hollywood sociopath, yeah.
Yeah, a Hollywood sociopath. Yeah.
Yeah, they they literally just let them have this attack hawk in prison.
That's super cool. I love that.
But I mean, I guess if Edgeworth was the chief prosecutor, he didn't think that he, was guilty.
He'd let it slide,
he'd probably have given special permission and whatever.
Yeah.
A spy who experiences no emotions, no sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives. and what ails us all into motion. The Phantom, indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world.
I'm gonna save because I feel like a recess is coming up soon, and I don't want to have the game crash now.
Well then. It seems a faked image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation.
What a good call on my part.
This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
We hear no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well, in that case. Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
Fuck you, Aura.
You.
Not Aura.
Apollo? What the fuck? You son of a bitch.
Apollo.
What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell.
Apollo Injustice.
However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet.
Bro, you have no idea how bad I have to pee. Please let this trial end.
Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us?
There we go. Okay. Good. So we get a recess and not a... Or is it just stopping in the middle of the trial?
No, it's just a recess. The rest of this case is all trial.
Like, just this one trial?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's still quite a bit to go, because you haven't solved Clay's murder yet.
Oh, I guess Apollo has been doing his own investigating this whole time.
Yeah.
So that is our way to get new evidence in this case. Ah, okay. All right. Let's take a break. This case is really good, actually.
Yeah. I really like aside from the videotape thing, I think this case is almost perfect.
Yeah, it is very, very good. Probably, I gotta say, maybe one of the best ones in the series.
Yeah, it's real good. It is the redeeming point of this game for me. Like, this is why I rank this above Apollo Justice. It's because of Reclaimed in this.
Yeah, I will say, I think I will rank Apollo Justice higher because it has more consistency.
Apollo Justice is more consistent, but for me...
Turnabout Serenade is such a low point, though.
It's such a low point, and the highest highs and the lowest lows are what I remember from each game. So, this game's highest high is higher than Apollo Justice's highest high, and its lowest low isn't as bad as Serenade, so it's... Overall, it leaves a better impression on my brain.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right there. That is true. That's still nothing's gonna beat Bridge the Turnabout, huh? That's like that's the perfect case. Wow. All right, let's take a break. We'll be right back. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Let's bring Apollo to justice. Apollo did the murder all along. I should definitely make sure I saved. All right. I'm ready. I'm excited. We got the hype music right off the bat.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay. I'm gonna break for a sec.
Alright, I can drop Pokemon. Come on. Where's Kid? Where are you? What am I, Sky, what am I drawing? Embor. Is it the
It's
full?
the-
Is it the full evolution or is it the starter?
The full evolution, the last stage of the Gen 5 fire starter.
I don't fucking remember what that looks like.
You want like, I'm going to vaguely describe.
It's a luchador, isn't it? It's like a wrestler, right?
That's the wrestler type of thing.
Hmm.
Its inspirations are that, and then the pig from A Journey to the West.
Okay, we have the hype music for me drawing Embor. Okay, I have no fucking clue. I'm gonna say this boy is round, as a pig should be. Oh, you can't see this. Hold on. I'm just gonna draw a circle. Hold on, I'm gonna give you a GIMP real quick. Which means I guess you're not gonna get the hype music, but how do you like my circle?
Circle.
Okay. I'm gonna say this is a buff big boy with arms. I don't know what I'm doing. I hate this. Why'd you do this to me, Sky? Okay. Buff boy. I don't know how to draw, like, an elbow. I'll do, that's a... No. That, sure. Yep. And then... I gotta do another... Oh, wait, I have to move this boy. He's posing. He's posed up. He stanced up. I cannot draw Pokemon for the fucking life of me. I have no idea what I'm doing. Why do I do this to myself? That looks weird. Hold on. That's too long. Oh god. That looks better. Why did I do this to myself? It's a good question. Okay. That's arms. Gotta have leg. Big leg. Bigger. Pigs have hooves, right?
They have trotters.
They have trotters. Right. So it's like that. And then there's a little... That is how pig feet are, right? Alright.
Yeah, more or less.
Yes.
Needle, that is the technical term. They are called trotters. They are different from hooves because they are not made of keratin.
The little piggy tail. I cannot for the life of me think of what a Pokemon looks like.
Do you want to hint as to perhaps his most notable feature?
Piggy nose. Sure.
He's got a big beard made of fire.
Okay. So I should draw a head.
Yeah, you should draw a head.
There. Big beard made of fire. There are so many Pokemon, Needle. There are too many. Okay, I'm gonna draw flames then. Let's come off the face. I could draw fire. Well, what do you mean the way he's dressed now? Like in the current case? Zerboil?
No, I don't think it's a spoiler because he appears like that in case 1 and in like the marketing for the game.
Yeah. Okay, and then we gotta give... Yeah, they gotta have piggy snout.
Gotta have the snoot.
Gotta have the snoot.
Big old squonker.
It kind of just looks like he's breathing fire, but I mean, it's fire Pokemon. They do be doing that.
You know what boars have, right?
No.
They're little tusks, little teeths.
Do they?
Yeah. A little
Oh.
jutting out the bottom.
You know what? It'll kind of overlap that. Okay. I appreciate the help because I truly have no idea.
I could feel you struggling, so I wanted to help out.
Boar's got teeth.
Oh no, the tusks come from the bottom one, Boris. Remember?
The what?
They jut out from the bottom lip.
But how am I supposed to make that visible?
Make it coming out of the top of the fire.
Okay.
Okay, Sky, you can redeem whatever you want as long as I'm here to coach her.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I would have no idea about like recent Pokemon. Like, fuck. I would just draw whatever I wanted at that point. Draw my own Pokemon.
Oh, sorry. What I meant was they jut out upwards from the bottom.
Oh!
That's how tusks be.
Well, you could have said that.
I'm sorry, my brain was slow. I thought you were just drawing like parts of the fire.
No. No, that's not good enough. There we go.
There we go.
Like
Beauty.
like orcs. Yes, thank you,
Like
Needle.
orcs, yeah.
Okay, we got a
Orcs are just big piggy people.
pig eyes. Pigs do be having those eyes. I don't know what a pig's ears look like.
They're like kind of like a doggy's, but they're floppier.
So like, that's cat ear.
Cat pig.
Like that. Did I just make Ganon?
Yeah.
Trubbish is cute. I like Trubbish.
Oh, I like Trubbish too. Trubbish is great.
So the issue with there being so many like fire fighting type Pokemon is that it's hard to differentiate the design elements between generations.
Yeah. You just gotta basically base it on the martial art, like Blaziken's Muay Thai kickboxing, Embor is like wrestling, Infernape is like, I don't even know.
If Embor
Punching
is
your face.
if Embor is wrestling, does Embor have a belt?
It kind of does actually, yeah. Not like a Machamp style one. It's just like, you know that thing that sumo wrestlers wrap around their tummies? It looks kind of like that.
Oh, like so it should be higher up.
And like it's wide, like it's like a big like, you know, it goes like all the way from like that down to the bottom of their.
Oh, like Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
So it goes all the way down and then go like that?
More or less.
All right. That's Embor as far as I'm concerned. If this doesn't look exactly like the Pokemon, I'll be damned. It's exactly. I got it perfect.
Did one.
Did it in one. I don't know if I want to color this one. No, I'm going to color this one. Fuck it. If I'm taking the time to draw a Pokemon, then I might as well.
Yeah, you can't rip anyone off.
No. Alright. Grab the color of the fire. That needs to be a bigger brush. Ah. Embor is a really good design. I'm glad I got it so perfect. One-to-one recreation of Embor.
Oh, to tip, that's an Embor.
Just like Embor.
Satoshi Tajiri says, just like Embor.
Okay. I feel like Embor is probably one of those Pokemon that furries like a lot. I wouldn't know because I'm not a Pokemon furry. Save it for another stream, Sky. I do want to finish Dual Destinies today.
Yeah, we've still got half the trail to go.
There are other channel point redeems, you know. Why are none of the other channel point redeems ever as, like... I guess none of them make me as miserable as this one does.
Yeah, see, that was your mistake, was that admitting this makes you miserable, because now you're stuck with it.
Now I'm stuck with it forever.
Now people know that it tortures you, so they're not going to stop doing it.
Right.
I've got 46,000 points stocked myself. I could go ham at any minute.
I already drew Scrafty, though. I have nothing else to draw for you.
Oh, you have no idea.
Oh, this
I've got a whole
Krogunk, actually.
I've got a whole top 10 list, and yes, that includes my son.
Krogunk is a good one. I know what Krogunk looks like.
I don't want you to draw Krogunk, I want you to draw my son. You need to make him square.
I don't know who your son is.
My son, the square one.
The square one?
I'll send you a video real quick.
Okay.
Because I'm a proud mother.
You with his hands, inciting a series of shakes and shudders.
I don't know what I expected when I set out for Reaper's Coast.
He leans
What color
forward
are
for another
the beast mode is happening now, apparently.
Wasn't this?
I just looked over and I was like, it's on my screen. Oh no, god damn it!
Yeah. Never did see you coming, but really,
Alright.
ain't that the wonder of it?
It's cool to know that you guys can redeem these things at the same time.
Oil's catching up.
SpongeBob Mina's son, yeah.
This here,
Correct.
this is special precisely because I didn't see it coming.
He nuzzles even closer. Beast cuddles against you a moment longer before breaking the sun.
Here, I'll send a picture of my son on the server.
I can see if my entire PC is hitching now that we have 3 chats. No! What the fuck?
And begins to jive at his feet.
If it shows cold,
How many are you?
This is actively killing the stream.
Dance ends, and you, the wintering dwarf, stands before you.
So, how'd I do?
Giving you guys this power was a bad idea. I had to up the price of all of these things. All of this stuff needs to become more expensive so you guys can do it all less. Shut
it's
up,
times
Val.
like this that I'm glad. That I have the stream muted.
Yeah. 'Cause that was probably awful to listen to. Oh. Got some unique bullshit going on in his arms. Alright. No, that's not the right color. Why have I done this? I have to remove this one and just make everything else more expensive. Wait, is it not at 100,000? What the fuck? Why is it through? I just realized how cheap it is to do it. For something so obtrusive, it should be like the most expensive, like ever. Why do I have it set to 30,000?
Just like.
No, I don't want to watch a Twitch stream, please. Oh, it's safer, actually. I don't want to watch a Tanya stream right now, though. Oh, it's Motherlands, though. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think if you set it to 100,000, it'll never get redeemed. Because I've been banking points since we finished Trials and Tribulations, and I still don't have that much.
It should be a rarity, though, is the thing. It shouldn't happen 3 times a week.
Maybe set it to like 50,000 or 60,000. 100,000. That's a lot.
I'll do 60,000. I'm changing it. I'm literally changing it right now. It's just it's too cheap for something that's so like intrusive to the entire stream. Yeah, I agree, Needle. I agree. That would be good. Alright, it's 60,000 now. I've doubled it. You guys have... Listen, the more you guys do it, the more I have to increase the price. That's the thing. Supply meets demand, you know? Now, see, now the issue is everyone's just gonna save for that and not spend money on other channel point redeems. I just need to get rid of this. No, ramen delivery will always be the cheapest one. Because, hey, guess what? Ramen delivery doesn't make any sound. So it is the least intrusive channel point reward. Drawing Embor is taking me way longer than I expected. I think I might just have to get rid of... Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna have to do then? I'm just gonna have to do a Pokemon drawing stream. Where I like have what we do one last hurrah for this. And everybody can use their channel points to make me draw a Pokemon. Maybe I'll make it cheaper for that stream. Oh, I'm trying so hard to hurry this coloring along and it's making a mess. Hold on. Yes, that's exactly what I want, Val. Can I do bucket fill? No. I'm not allowed, apparently. Why is it? Oh, it's doing whole selection. That's not working. Why did that happen? You know what? This is so much easier. Why are you being so weird in these spots? I don't understand. Look at that, it works. It is like magic. God, the patterns are really complicated. Here's what I'm gonna do. Do some addition. Now this should be yellow. Wait, no, hold on. Hold on. Oops. Okay. And then I can do this. And no. What the fuck? Why do you get so weird with it? It's like it breaks it all into chunks. I don't know if this is actually quicker at this point.
I think it's because the tolerance is so low.
Is it?
That's just a problem I've seen happen when, like on Photoshop, or whenever, when the fill tool's tolerance is set to be like really, really picky.
There's no tolerance for this tool, I don't think. Because doing it by filled by line art detection, so I guess it's like trying to figure it out algorithmically.
That would make sense.
And then I have to do... Oh, the squiggles. The Embor squiggles. Okay. I need to do this. And... this. There. Why does Ember got infinity on it? Okay. Big brush. There. All right. Embor. Embor is done. Finally.
Very good. Very beautiful. Very powerful.
Let's finish this fucking trial. Wait, I have to post this in the Discord. Hold on. Where's my... Oh, there it is. I drew Fire Ganon is what I drew. Yeah, your son. I knew Krogunk.
Yeah, but that's specifically my son is the
square boy.
Yeah, it's the 24-hour Pokemon Chew version. It was a limited line of merchandise that I bought all of because I'm crazy.
Yeah, of course you did.
I bought I bought that plushie, a keychain, a sticker, and a little, like, tiny thing as well.
Huh. Kogan's good.
I have all the merchandise for my son.
All
I'm
right,
his biggest fan.
we need to continue.
Yes.
Mr.
Can we be a proud-
Justice, please explain yourself.
You need to show it to me. I don't see it.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot to restream it. There. There we go.
It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent.
What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled.
I'm not talking about the past here, I'm talking about the present case. I'm still not clear who killed Clay Terran.
But Apollo, why would you?
Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say.
What in the world is Apollo trying to do?
Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time.
But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do.
Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony.
Why did she only appear as an evil robot? Because she has hostages at the space centers, and she can't appear personally.
Yeah, she's gonna be there to actually threaten them, otherwise there's no risk.
Yeah.
I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately.
Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Sullivan Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1, when the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit has exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who was Mr. Terran's true killer. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I better rearrange my evidence.
Okay. I should check what my evidence is. Hi, Apollo. Right. We should have kept all of it, though.
I suspected Miss Sykes for the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
She's already been arrested for it!
So a cool thing they do here to kind of communicate Apollo's mental state, a lot of his poses and even his like animations while he's wearing this outfit are taken directly from Kristoff.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like the arms crossed and like the side lance and whatever.
That's really good. Oh.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice, you realize you were charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor, because that's the true conclusion my investigation has led me to.
But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too?
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? It's so weird seeing him here.
Oh, this is one of the ones you just gotta press everything.
Okay. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes?
It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Taryn, my bracelet reacted. She said that she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise.
Oh.
And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case.
Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation.
I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells.
What the fuck? So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Taryn. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too.
He does.
See that head tilt there.
He does do the head tilt like Kristoff.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he has a point.
My bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her.
What is up with this lighter? That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about yet.
So, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder.
But, Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Taryn. Well, I think she may have. Objection! Theoretically.
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright.
I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? What the fuck, Apollo?
Apollo heel turn.
Yeah. Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright.
Why not?
Recall the security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Tarrant and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Tarrant's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum.
A camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. Yeah. That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright.
Don't look so smug.
In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears.
Did you watch all of the footage? Because clearly that is an issue with some people. Order! Order in the court! That can't be. But if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating.
Wasn't it you who proved the previous trial that the way the culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved turn on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright.
Shut up! Ugh. Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend the same principle to your own coworker?
You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer.
No, you're not.
However, I don't care. This case is special to me.
I hate this motivation a lot.
Yeah, it's really flimsy.
It's so nothing.
It was my friend.
We have no connection to this character at all, so we don't give a shit.
And that's why I just have to know the truth. Like, I'm not saying they should have had him in Apollo Justice. Obviously, that wasn't planned. But they talk about him a lot in this game. I think they should have had him, like, actually appear before he dies.
Yeah. To actually, like, enforce the fact that they are friends.
Yeah, like, have him appear in cases 2 and 3, maybe even reclaimed, just to be like, hey, you know, I'll help you out, Apollo, when you're not doing anything.
Yeah. They just didn't make any effort to make clear, yes, this character is his friend. Yes, Apollo does have sufficient motive to care about this person's death.
It's very show don't tell, or tell don't show, rather.
We had an entire game where Apollo did not mention him once.
Which I can't blame them for that, because, you know, that was a different writer written, you know, more than half a decade earlier.
Yeah, but like, it's the fact that they don't factor that in to having to like enforce Clay as a character. It's just bad. Like, they should have gone like, okay, so how do we actually effectively wedge this character in here? But they didn't. They were just like, okay, this character exists. And it's... I don't want to say that it's lazy. But it's kind of lazy.
It's just like, it's a matter of scope. They didn't have enough going on in the background, like resource-wise, to have Clay in the game, but they still wanted to invoke the emotions of having lost a friend. So, like, it's a problem of their own creation, because they didn't have to have that be his motivation, but they chose to anyway. So
yeah, they actively made that decision. They should have like worked with it more than not at all. Apollo suspected his trusted coworker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Psyche isn't the murderer.
I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court.
Shut up!
Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments?
This is like the first time I think it's been clear, like, yeah, he learned under Kristoff.
Yeah.
Why are all these characters more competent when we're not controlling them? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory?
I think it sucks shit and you suck shit.
It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one to use the possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can only be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless... you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
What are you doing, Apollo?
He's basically like begging Phoenix to prove him wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, he doesn't want to believe Athena's the killer. He's just like,
these are the facts as I have seen them. Phoenix is the only one who could reasonably prove me wrong.
Yeah, please disprove them so that I can, not think this anymore.
Yeah. Okay. I think I kind of get where he's coming from. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? Okay, let me think.
There would have to be.
There would have to be, yes.
Let me just... We don't have a full map of the place, do we?
Check the pamphlet.
Nope. Not really. What? Okay, so... Okay, so the thing is... Okay. Killer was in the Space Museum. Not
Yep.
in Launchpad 1. I need to like actually picture this out in my brain. At the time of the murder, the Space Museum was over here. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Launchpad 1 was over here.
But
Murder happened in the
there's-
lobby.
There's something that you pointed out during the last case that I want you to consider. Something that hasn't come to light yet.
I don't... There's no way I would remember this.
It's something that you pointed out wasn't added to evidence, even though you thought it should have been.
Oh, fuck. I don't remember.
While you were investigating the Space Center?
I don't remember! Was it...
There was some...
It wasn't the window, was it?
It wasn't the window, but there was something... There was something in one of the corridors that you thought was weird that shouldn't have been there.
In one of the corridors... The leaf!
Yeah.
The leaf wasn't added to evidence. Why was that leaf there?
Where did the leaves come from?
Outside. Wait. Could they have come through the door? Would that make sense? Because, like, I imagine these doors are locked tight when the things are moving, right?
We don't know that.
We don't know that. The only way that somebody could have come from outside is if these were in motion and they came in from outside, right? Like, there's no, like...
Or rather, flip your thinking around. We're looking for an escape route.
But the... Why would the leaf be in the hall if that was the escape route?
Could be wind.
Oh, my brain. Oh, they are a spy, supposedly, right? Oh, no,
Yeah.
I guess we don't know who the culprit actually is. The window, I guess? The window goes to outside, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't broken or shattered, and you can't open it more than a couple
Right.
inches.
How could... We don't even have a picture of the... Oh, wait. I mean, we kind of do. That's not good. That's not what I want, though.
Yeah, it'll just ask you to point it out in a map in a second. So
Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what.
you're just bluffing again, aren't you?
Me bluff? No way. He knows me too well.
It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. He just wants anything. It's so sad.
Yeah.
As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me.
Ooh, the jazz happened. Wait. So is that what this is all about?
I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her.
So that you can really trust me?
It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about.
I believe you're right.
We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail and purpose in pursuit of the defendant.
Well, we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go out all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth.
Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, and I couldn't ignore the seed of death that was growing inside me. So I decided to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid.
That's so like Apollo. Always uber honest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart.
Good. Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again.
You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Dreaded Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through?
Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to?
So the corridor.
Yeah, that's the only possible way they could have gone.
They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's prince to get through the door.
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into the boarding lounge too. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant herself.
Ugh.
I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? The culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum.
Oh, right, because the leaf wasn't stomped on or anything.
Yeah.
That was a pristine leaf. It was wind.
Then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into boarding lounge too.
But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera.
I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw, but that Athena Sykes was the culprit.
What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But, hold on a second. What if... Yeah? Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2.
Oh?
Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. Which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Yeah.
Are you kidding me? And judging by the intense look on your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone to from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge 2?
The outer ring area-ish?
Yeah, outside. I don't think it matters where you collect as long as it's outside.
Okay. We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to.
Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Oh, do you mean...
Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door, was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center.
Oh, freaking...
Insane!
Objection!
You know how impossible that would be? The corridor is at level of the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit couldn't make use of a certain item.
And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright?
Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. Ladder? That's all that really makes sense, right?
Yeah. An emergency ladder.
There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The coroner would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched, and that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder.
What? Who would have imagined?
Do I have proof of this? Absolutely not. Order! Order in the court! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged.
Which means someone other than Miss Sykes would have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame.
Alright then, name one.
I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet.
The 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right?
In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would have been leaping to a precarious place on an unstable ladder.
Ugh.
Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct.
Aha. It's funny that you say that, Edgeworth.
Yeah, you're already starting to connect the dots now.
Yeah.
An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to the boarding lounge too.
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge too. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. And then blended in with the other people once the museum was opened.
That's a good point.
But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap.
Yeah.
And all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other?
Yeah. That's also a good point.
They would have needed a running start where the corridor was moving to make that jump. If the timing was off or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that?
Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth.
This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination.
Why? Oh, that auto-progressed.
Just why is funny too, though.
Why? Why do you always have to point out every flaw?
Mr. Edgeworth's right, that does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have had to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman.
Man, you're really spelling it out for me, aren't you?
Yeah, you gotta make sure you know.
But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Aha! I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternate escape route.
Oh, can you now?
This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route.
What's that, Mr. Wright?
Were you not paying attention? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel sadness, happiness, or fear.
Feel fear? Right. You can't be serious.
Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I can do a broad jump to the ground without the slightest fear. This subject can make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. He could choose his extreme way of escaping without hesitation.
So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted?
Yeah.
That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright.
But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure keeps popping up. Oh dear.
Phantom, again?
I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing. But I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran.
Phantom must be really good at the knife game.
Yeah.
You make a lot of money that way if that whole international spy thing doesn't work out.
Yeah. Order of the court! Order, I say! Mr. Wright, please continue. Okay, I just want to... Okay, I have no fucking idea. I have no fucking idea who this person could be.
Don't worry, the Eureka moment's gonna come very soon.
It's nobody that we know, I guess. There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom.
So then, this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he?
This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be?
Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs when he did.
Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. Yeah. The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be.
So, you mean... the Phantom must be someone who knew the particular ladder was going to be used?
That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Fuck off!
For the first time, the game successfully hid its biggest twist from you.
Shut the fuck up!
It was right there in front of you the entire time.
The whole time?
It was right there in front of you.
He was acting weird. That's why he was acting weird.
They pointed it out. They said to your face, he is acting weird.
And he brushed it off so well. What the fuck? That's a really good twist, actually.
Oh, it's so good. It is such a good twist because who do you not suspect in these games? There's like 4 characters who are guaranteed safe.
Yeah, exactly. Blackwell's one of them. Wow. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Yeah. You've got to be kidding me.
You figure it out, right? Do you know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I do.
Who is it? Who killed Clay?
Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than the Bobby Fulbright. Oh, it's so good.
Masterfully executed.
Uh,
and so I want you to think back to case 2, right? You remember Jinxie's gimmick, right?
Yeah, her talismans.
When she first sees Fulbright, she goes,
a phantom and slaps the talisman on him.
Shut the fuck up! She does! Hidden in plain sight.
It's like all the foreshadowing is there through the entire game.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, I had to play very cagey about why Fulbright isn't in future games.
It's so good. I didn't even know he wasn't in future games. Fuck.
I actually said to someone recently. I said she's going to say one of two things: either shut the fuck up or fuck off. So I'm glad that
I said both.
I'm glad that you didn't disappoint.
Oh, that's such a good twist. It's the signposting is really good there too. Holy shit!
Yeah, like they don't pull it out of their ass. It's really well foreshadowed.
And it builds up with your expectations based on the previous 4 games.
Yeah.
Detective Gumshoe would never do a murder.
Emma Skye would never do a murder.
We literally proved that Emma Skye did not do a murder.
Yeah.
Fuck. So good.
It's so good.
After all the explosions.
Imagine playing the DLCs after this. Because it came out after this.
Yeah! What the fuck?
And you just have to sit there and know that Fulbright's evil the entire time.
What the fuck? Alright, we have to continue. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. That's right, yeah. His objective was to secure his own escape. They are playing this as seriously as they should be.
Yeah, this was a matter of grave seriousness.
Yeah.
The Phantom has the biggest body count in the entire series.
Really?
Yeah.
It's only 2, as far as I know so far.
I mean, like, in terms of the grand scheme, like this is someone who has committed countless, international crimes.
Oh yeah, that's true. As a
Isn't
spy.
like they aren't just like a small time, petty crook
they're
or whatever.
Literally a spy. Right. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
Bobby fucking Fulbright.
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is...
Detective Bobby Fulbright! Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom.
Joe Dark was just a bumbler.
He wasn't. Joe Dark was just a bumbling buffoon.
He wasn't like a malicious killer. He just kind of kept bumbling his way into.
Bobby Fulbright is like calculated.
Yeah.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder.
Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route.
After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. Why did he kill Clay Terran?
I guess we'll see.
The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start, and just as the coroner was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it.
I don't believe it. That addle-pated detective did all this? Was it really him? I mean, all this time, I thought...
Yeah. Then, his concern for Simon was also all just one big act?
That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained letter into court too.
He sure fucking is, isn't he?
That scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it, how the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Ugh.
Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. Fuck me.
Yeah, you are right though. I do love with how much grave seriousness this is all treated.
Yeah, it's just like, this is a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
This is
It's
a
got
cop.
it's got the appropriate amount of gravitas for the first time that a detective is a murderer.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Oh. Apollo! Ugh. Well, this is awkward.
Can you do me a favor?
Huh? What is it?
Could you
I knew it.
punch me, please?
I fucking knew it. This anime-ass protagonist he's so anime protagonist. It's fucking Wonder Blue up in here.
Exactly.
Well, what? Why should I do that?
Because I should have believed in you.
Punch Wonder Blue.
I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust. Ow!
Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you said.
Huh? Now what are you talking about?
Yeah. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all of that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago.
Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again.
Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Ah. Hold on.
It looks like you have some promising young people working under you.
Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line.
Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackwell is surrendered and the hostages have been set free.
Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness.
Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her a special permission to do what she must.
I wonder what it is. Oh, hi! Miss Blackwell! I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light.
Perfect anti-hero.
Yeah, I love her. She's super good. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you.
Miss Aura.
She'd better not be here to complain about something.
Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system was our fault.
Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me.
Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again?
No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis's killer down.
Leave it to us. We'll get him.
So I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least. Hi, Simon.
Aura.
Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You'd better be grateful.
I never imagined you would go that far. No, you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help.
As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the Slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty.
You know me all too well.
I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case.
But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish.
Simon. Oh! I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that.
Aura.
Alright. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. Goodbye, Aura. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom.
I can't believe you killed Clay. Alright. You murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes. I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial?
Fuck yes.
I wish to claim the Phantom's dead by my own hand. Huh. That was the plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby and conditionally released.
Ooh.
Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand.
Oh, this is so good.
I'm much obliged.
Oh, hell yeah.
Did they depart with these come at last? Chief Prosecutor, could you?
He looks very strange without them, though.
Yeah. Character design's incomplete.
Yeah.
How long have I waited? Maybe it's a sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy.
Fuck yeah. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise.
Secure Blackquill, Mr. Wright. Please avenge Clay's death for me.
What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me.
I am?
Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo.
But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything.
Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Apollo.
Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world.
Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it. I love these kids.
So,
Yeah.
won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
My name is Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. That was a long pause.
Yeah, it was.
Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo.
It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand.
Yep.
Now you head back to our home.
But why?
I want to look into a few things, namely the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background.
Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks.
I expect to be repaid with a victory right. You know what I mean.
Yep.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Okay. You two all set to go?
You bet I am.
Let's do this! Fuck yeah. All the
All the
warriors. This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend, the courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. In justice we trust?
Match those first two words together.
Injustice. All right. Hey, let's actually take a little break. There's no official save here, but let's actually take a break.
Yeah, that's fine.
We need to recuperate from all of that. And
All that hype.
I have some thinking to do. So, we'll be back. Hold on. I have to look at evidence.
Okay, I'm back.
Hi.
Hello.
Are you ready for some direct action?
I'm ready for some direct action. Let's put a cop in jail.
Let's put a cop in fucking jail. Charles. I'm doing okay. This is a good case.
It is. I love this case.
Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been on the defense together since I debuted.
It is. Yeah, that's true. Now that you mention it. Although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot.
Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess we've done pretty well.
He's still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackquill. With a 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Cardinal Sinful, if somebody is acting like a cop, works for the police, and is believed to be a cop, how are they not a cop? The fact that he is also a spy doesn't mean that he wasn't a cop.
Yeah, he was performing a cop's duties and
Yes.
putting people in jail and, you know, giving Blackwell near fatal electric shocks, so.
He was a cop. The fact that he was also a spy doesn't make him not also a cop. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately.
With those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackquill seems to be pretty much the same.
7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Grumpiness is a way to put it. Hi, Blackwell. Or Fulbright, sorry.
More like righteous indignation.
Yeah. Ha 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 ha! Bobby Fulbright is here! I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am! Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yup, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice! In justice we trust!
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey.
Acting exactly the same as always.
Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident.
Albright. If you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony.
All right, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. All right. I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This letter with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false. How unprecedented. And that defendant is the real culprit. Yeah, Cookie. That's really, really funny. It's something I was warming up to him. It's just that I really like the voice that I do for him.
Also, if you look very carefully, you'll see that that's not really like a cartoon vein bulging on his hand.
Shut up. Yeah, it sure isn't, is it?
No, it's a scar.
It's a scar. That's right! Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that he made a big leap onto a ladder.
We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either.
I guess you're right. But you got divine justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Make me break out a dictionary on you.
Please don't throw the book at me.
Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him.
Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? He might have a hand skirt, but does he have a hand Satan? No. He does not have a hand Satan. But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence.
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you are even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it.
Prosecutor Blackquill.
Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn.
Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Ha! Now, ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Yeah. It is kind of fitting how both of the men responsible for the cases that ushered the dark age of the law have some sign in their hand that gives them up. That's interesting. Parallels.
Parallels.
Ha 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 ha! Alright, we did this already. So this is a Fulbright testimony.
Yeah.
So this is just a press. This is just a press testimony.
Gotta get pressing.
The embodiment of justice? Those are just empty words. But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over. All right, let's just move on. My arguments are hardly far-fetched. I almost said fairly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait. Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial.
You have any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about that lighter.
He's right, but what exactly should I ask about? Number of prints I imagine would just be Athena's.
Well, the number of prints would be like what, like how, which fingers were holding it and whatever.
And the position of the prince. I can ask. There's no reason I can't ask both.
Yeah.
So, how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand.
Does that track?
Does that track? Of the right hand. We don't know if Athena's left-handed or not.
Well, you know someone who saw it, right? That's the only reason you know that there's a lighter involved at all.
Yeah. And we don't have that in evidence, unfortunately.
Now you have or a statement.
Oh. Oh, yeah. So it be. Can we please have it? Add to my testimony. You got it. He beat me to it. Ha ha ha. Being investigating or testifying, speed is the key.
Objection!
You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's right, very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, would Bobby maybe be left-handed because he got stabbed in the right hand?
Possible.
And his right hand maybe don't work good no more. This person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh! So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints in the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? Yeah. You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it! What have you got, Detective? The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of Boarding Lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room. That's right, and across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I remember seeing it. So you're saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. I don't think so. I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Ha 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 ha! Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence.
Yo, you do not nick yourself and him like that. Put some more muscle into it.
Huh? Ha 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 ha! That's right! Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right, there's no emblem on the other side. Exactly, as blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What? What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in the right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand.
It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit.
Ha 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 ha! See how it withers before my flower of justice. He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust.
Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet that it's a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
It brings like a whole new meaning to why all of his sprites are so like exaggerated.
Yeah, because he's fake.
He's just performing. Yeah, he's just performing emotion.
He's performing.
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that?
Oh, of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? Ah. I see. He removed it, did he?
I knew it. You're lying, Detective.
Pardon me. You mean...
Yes, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice Dono. Are you to use that cheat of yours again?
I'm glad he called it that, because it very much is that.
Yeah. It's not cheating, Professor Black or Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then.
We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up.
Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, can you repeat that last statement one more time?
What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on one side, is only on the side that you can see when he held in the right hand.
If it's the hand again, I'm gonna lose my shit. What, really? This one's hard.
Yeah.
Oh. I found it.
Got it.
But we can't. I have to wait. I have to wait for it to loop. That one's very subtle.
Yeah.
Almost as if it's a skill that he has. Oh, we don't get to go to the Earthbound dimension in this game. I forgot.
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. You want to shoot me really badly, don't you?
He is a cop.
Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it.
But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence.
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you?
What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell.
The walls are closing in.
Yep.
I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter.
Good. Maybe now we'll learn something new.
I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. Oh my god, we got 3D, baby.
Yeah, finally. Took them long enough.
Okay, that is Earth. That's
Okay.
Earth. That's Earth, baby. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about.
See anything noteworthy?
Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Oh. What the fuck? It's a gun?
Wow, it transformed into something.
A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is? The 10 caliber gun.
There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun.
A what? He is a spy. A gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber.
Looks like this is the gun that was fired on the scene.
I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun? So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster...
That's right. When he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. Lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me.
It sure does.
It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself.
Ha 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 ha! There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out. Bullshit.
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun.
Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun?
Not exactly.
And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terran, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof.
Oh!
Ha ha ha! Now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But...
Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
The man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove this later is not Miss Sykes', but yours.
Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo.
It's just, if the prints in the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself.
You mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence?
That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off my own?
I can definitely think of a few things. Remember when Phoenix called Edgeworth Daddy? Yeah, I remember.
I'll never forget.
If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's got to be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence?
Uh.
You think he framed Athena, right?
Yeah, so the owner of the prince is, like, wrong.
It's sus. It's sussy.
Yeah. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely match her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity! There's no need for such antics!
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun.
Very well then. Bailiff! It appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints and the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Get fucked. Yes. The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terran. Oh.
Were Clay's fingerprints in the lighter?
Ah, I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints?
Yeah.
When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could easily have planted his prints on the lighter with his blood.
Yep.
Afterwards, you wiped the blood off of his hand.
By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. Okay. This flight must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. He's struggling. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route.
Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me I will slash you into tiny slivers where you stand.
I love the part at the end of every Ace Attorney game when the prosecutor's on your side finally.
Yeah, it's very good. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom. Silence. Shut the fuck up.
It's all over, now be a man and admit it already.
But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. You're so full of shit. An undercover investigator. That sounds less than wholesome to me.
New hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright.
That's right. I was waiting to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. You're so full of shit. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbucks saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
You're so full of shit.
You're so full of shit. I don't believe you, and how do you explain the fabricated lighter?
That was also one of the Phantom's demands.
Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Psyche was just another one of the Phantom's orders.
You expect me to buy that? Right? What was the Phantom's ultimate objective?
I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you, too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that Psyche profile you have on him.
So, he sent a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he?
I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Psyche 7 years ago.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
Ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom.
Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now?
On the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Ray, if we can't find a flaw in his logic.
He's right. After we come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was that the guy was the Phantom. Oh.
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 It's so much fun that for most culprits, they go nuts when they do their transformation.
He just shifts.
He just looks serious, and that's so much more dramatic.
Yeah.
The goofy comic relief character becomes serious, and that's as dramatic a transformation as becoming a buff pirate man.
Oh. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right?
I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence.
Evidence is everything, Dodo. And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom.
Ugh. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we see up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But...
I've known Fulbright here for a year now. All this time he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his effort were a lie.
Prosecutor Blackwell!
This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me! Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony.
However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that?
Yes, thank you! Oh, thank you! Oh, I accidentally skipped it. Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Ha 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 ha! Very good, I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over, everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well.
Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away.
I know, but... Ugh, what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off. Yeah, I figured. The defense... No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue. What? I was about to declare you innocent of all charges.
It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over?
Yay! The kids are all here.
Everyone's here.
Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court.
I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you?
Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions?
I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all.
What? Does that mean...
We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie.
Oh, it does
There
come
we go.
back.
Just one more time.
That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him.
Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by your accusations.
Yes, well... Even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him?
Oh, okay. Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting?
Fulbright, I think you better have that counseling.
Not you too!
You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator, your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it.
But I thought you believed me!
Silence.
Oh, how you amuse me so.
What's going on here?
That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you'd catch on, Athena.
Huh? Mind filling me in here?
Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart.
What? You two were working together just now?
Come on now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
Oh, he's calling her by her first name too.
Oh, it's so cute. You got it! Time to check the instant replay. Would you, mon ami? Let's do this.
Oh, this is so good.
Yeah.
With this track too, it's great.
Yeah.
Fucking nothing.
Nothing.
Fucking nothing.
It's creepy, huh?
Yeah, it's weird. So, even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all?
It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psyche profile.
Oh.
Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom.
What?
Hey, what's going on?
Ackerman.
Wait, hold it! What do you think you're doing, detective? Me? I'm not doing anything.
He's trying to
that's
hack
such a
into the Mood
perfect-
Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this.
That's a perfect, like, chilling voice.
Yeah. Ah!
Fancy device you have there. But I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you.
ha! Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy.
Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There! Now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us.
Ha 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 ha! Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation.
What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading.
Aunt, he's literally crying us a river over there.
Oops, my mistake. How about this? Gah!
Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden?
What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Psyche's profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he's controlling his emotions.
Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You are correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know. More like for us spies. Seriously. I like how Phoenix is actually kind of taking a back seat here.
Yeah.
It's good. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. That says there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. Ha ha ha! A feeling I'm trying to hide. That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No, analyze away. But I will state it again, I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do.
Nice.
Alright. Wait, they're kind of like switching on and off.
Yeah, it's like fluctuating like crazy.
I actually want a tip here. What the? How are we supposed to pick out what's unnatural from this mess?
I don't know what we can do with this either.
This must be his defenses against your ability.
So you think this is what he meant by what he's really capable of?
I need to know what's going on inside that guy's head.
Well, we know he's hiding something and that he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human, his true feelings, an emotion he can't completely conceal, must be hidden somewhere in his testimony.
Must it? What does that mean? I mean, there's a lot of anger.
Like they're strobing on and off, right?
Yeah. So... Wait. No, okay. It's actually just completely random.
Yeah.
I honestly can't tell what the deal here is.
Sorry, he's trying to hide a certain emotion by faking a bunch of them.
Yeah.
So, pinpoint what he's trying to hide.
Think about what he's trying to hide.
This is such an audio jungle.
This isn't strobing.
So here's the thing. In one of the other statements, the SAD was doing that, and I was like, oh, that's weird. It's not strobing. And then it started strobing. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's. I think to give you a hint, the sadness strobes for extra long on all of them.
Oh, I see. Okay. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh?
I fear that a man without any emotion feels, huh?
And it was a response to that moon rock. So Dr. Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because you stole... You lost it?
What does he want more than, like, what does he, like, not want above all?
His identity to be revealed, so yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Of course, that's it. Oh, right, yeah. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You are afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity.
His identity will reveal, he will be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom afraid.
Me, afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity? Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. What? Where do you think you're going? Me?
Peace out.
I'm not going anywhere.
Is it just me, or is he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away?
How many more of those toys does he have? And where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. And what was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Ah! Fucking Agent 47 over here with a piano wire. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts to analyze serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof. And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Oh, well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I used analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh. He's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key in getting the truth. Ha ha ha! What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is.
But, Your Honor... God, he laughs like an idiot.
Yeah.
There, you see? Nobody believes you when you your trumped up charges.
Oh, because he doesn't know how to laugh, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
However, I do believe Miss Psyche's analyses can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already.
Surely you jest. So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter.
Thank you, Judge. Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence.
Laughing like fucking Jevil.
I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice.
And there you have it. Now, do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock?
Sure. You sound convincing enough. But so is any two-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence.
Fuck yeah, dude. Parried.
Phantom is like the mist, no flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us,
Needle, I'm going to assume that he doesn't have a family.
let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together.
And in the absence of a family, he can just say, oh yeah, they're obviously you couldn't find them. They're not here. They're being taken hostage. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell, we have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts.
Indeed. By covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust of my murder conviction.
I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the dark age of the law.
And it is also our burden to cut away the foul spectre we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people.
Trust, understanding, fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing. Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies, always.
Fuck yeah. Alright. We just gotta press, I guess. I don't think we actually have evidence.
It only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in the court of law, or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence. Ugh. I hate to admit it, but he's right.
Okay, so we need evidence.
Yeah.
What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all.
You have a photo of the moon rock?
Not anymore. That was in the crime scene photos of the Metis murder.
Right. But it was there for the Metis murder, right?
Yeah. But then it disappeared after she was murdered. Oh wait,
Do you remember where it was?
it was next to the mask and the katana. On the side of the room where she was murdered.
That wasn't necessarily where she was murdered, but it was where Ponko saw.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
right. So this was at the crime scene 7 years ago. There could be fingerprints on it, I guess, but
What's even more significant than fingerprints?
blood. Like DNA.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the knife, I guess?
Yeah.
Objection!
He was stabbed right next to where the moon rock was.
Oh yeah,
right?
he was stabbed. His blood would be on the moon rock. Right. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course. That's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran. That's right, and the exact same type of knife. God, I hate. Get it out of here. Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock, and he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean, if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Ha 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 ha! Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. Not? You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. What this court needs is a bully-free zone.
No bully.
No bully, please.
Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edges without compare. Come now. Ready with me and show us just how finely it cuts.
Your Honor, this is an outrage! I mean, this is an outrage? Ah!
Go on, right, Dono.
He had to protect his emotion. He had to like, correct them.
Yeah.
Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. Yeah. You couldn't even get a leaf out there.
Man, the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center?
In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible! And why's that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. Ah! How could I forget that?
A sad but true fact. We still haven't grasped when how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether.
There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moonrock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn anything up. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. How did the moonrock vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you or can you not show what happened to the moonrock, Mr. Wright? Whoops. Doodle. Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oops, sorry, I mean, what? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moonrock disappear from the crime scene? Oh. I see. The Hope capsule was launched into space.
It wasn't expected to, though. Remember that the Hat 1 was sabotaged.
That's true.
It was a miracle that it made it into space at all.
Right, so Fulbright wouldn't hide it in this, because this shouldn't have even got to space.
Well, if it didn't get to space, that's great, right?
It would have been blown up.
It would have been obliterated.
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket. He couldn't carry the rocket out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes. And the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket.
Preposterous. It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was...
Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space, aboard the Hope space probe. What?
What?
Order! Order of the court!
I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain, he used his primary objective to conveniently kill two birds with one stone.
That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. Ugh. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. Take damage now. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright.
Oh, he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back?
I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crimes 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule.
He must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung onto the capsule for all it was worth until the very last breath.
Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do. Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blood of the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap. Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose the Phantom is a spy with assault. A trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence.
What, so you can fucking disappear?
Further investigation, more like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now.
I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackquill! Hey, you guys aren't really... Hi, Edgeworth!
It is so unbelievably badass that he thought the only person he had to take care of to get out of here was Simon Blackwell.
Yeah. Because, like, who the fuck else would, like, pose a threat, right?
Yeah.
Ugh.
He's like, well, whatever, nerd. I'm going after the guy that can fire sword beams out of his hand.
This fucking sonic booms every day.
It looks like I made it just in time.
Edgeworth! My husband!
I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts.
Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity?
You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright.
That's not good.
But there's more. I'd like to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackquill, you'd best brace yourselves.
Oh god, oh fuck. Uh-oh.
The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead.
What? Huh? Well, what's that supposed to mean?
An unidentified body was found a year ago. Has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. And does this mean? Yes, that man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright.
He was the imposter!
It was Sussy.
He was the sussy baka! An imposter? And this man... Who in the world is he?
And then the title card changes.
Yep.
Enough of your trickery, if you will not reveal yourself to us.
Hold on, I'm gonna do a save real quick.
Then I shall do it for you.
Oh! Cut his face off. What the? No! His face! Oh, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What is the meaning of this, witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. Alright. What the fuck?
Wait, but that's...
What?
Are you okay?
What? Huh? Hey, Apollo. Yup, it's me, Solomon Starbuck.
Starbuck? But that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
Of course not. The real Starbuck was
okay.
aboard the At-1, which was set to be destroyed.
It's another mask. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want. Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psyche profile right here. If we compile a Psyche profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. That voice! Those words! God damn it. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes! Professor Means? His mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now, give me that evidence! Huh? Time to take out the trash permanently. How could you? Now, do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence.
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face.
Ah, but that's a lie of an undercover agent for you. The life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all.
Or perhaps it's really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I wager.
Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right, I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul, I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor, Phoenix Wright. I don't know why that was so difficult for me. Hi, North.
Hello.
I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood of the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there's blood of the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule. I think I'll do just that. Get ready because your Hope capsule, because the Hope capsule is about to seal. Wow, I'm getting tired. Right, it's destroyed.
Look at the log real quick, because that's the
Okay.
closest to an F-bomb thing's ever gotten.
It is. He actually said fudge. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion.
But that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence.
I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent. And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright.
At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono?
I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace. The moon rock. But that was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, it's really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment, still exists? Huh. A tiny fragment, huh? Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity? Oh no.
Not quite yet.
What?
That was cut from the moon rock, but it was way before.
Uh.
But you remember what the moon rock looked like, right?
Yeah.
It was little and gray and had yellow stripes on it.
Yeah. Little and gray and had stripes on it.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
It's a piece of evidence you had in your inventory for a while now that you haven't used yet.
Little and gray has got gold on it. No.
Fanty? Oh! Shut the fuck up!
Isn't it the bomb that blew up the courtroom, and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here.
Holy shit.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together.
Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the Hat won. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock, and when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there is a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable. But that's impossible.
Surprised to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let's have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright.
Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwell, what do the test results show?
It was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing reveal. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed.
They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom. But... Huh?
Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself?
No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo.
Huh?
Fuck off.
Final boss's final form.
Why? It was a pretty good objection too, don't you think? Now he's me? So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph, and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Can you explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. How do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right? Objection! Don't be absurd! Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration. But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility. Objection! I see exactly what you're doing.
Your blood was found on one of the fragments.
Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock.
Why not?
I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you need a sample from the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. Oh!
Oh.
Yes, there is. I was ahead of the game.
You
Now-
are.
Now there's really no way to prove it? Are you finally ready to throw in the towel? That was actually me this time. So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense is a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. No, not that. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing! You don't have anything of the kind! Oh, but we do! Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, the fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon rock. That's your sample. The earring that Miss Sykes always wears. It was made from that original moon rock. What?
Well, it's time.
It was right here all along! No! Ugh, it can't be. If the composition of the bond fragments and the earrings are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since...
Before we go any further,
Uh-huh.
what do you suppose the breakdown is going to be here?
I don't imagine there will be one.
You don't think so?
No. Because why would he? Or maybe it'd flash through all the other faces of the characters in the game thus far. And since the test results show that the blood of the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do. I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me, couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
You're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight.
But I wanted... Oh,
But I
that's
wanted-
Apollo.
But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation.
Running away from myself? How can I run from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all. I know it's hard for someone as willing to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me? Is this... No! Ah! Ah! What? I'm afraid. I'm scared. Ah! I feel fear. You cannot run yourself.
Remove that mask and unleash your emotions.
Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. So fucking cool.
Yeah. The triple objection.
Yeah. My own true face? No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. Uh-oh. Is he gonna get fucking shot? My own true face. I don't have one. My face. My face. My face. Hey, Ted. That ain't your face. Oh, hello. Is my face... Is it... No! That's not it! No! Who are you? This isn't me either! Is this me? Oh my god. This is so good.
Yeah.
That's good that we can literally see the model switching through the transitions.
Yep.
He's dead. Did he just get shot?
He did get shot, yeah.
Wow. Oh, a sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright? I mean, his imposter doing? Oh.
He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying.
Well, that was fortunate for all of us.
The analysis of that final piece of evidence Wright Dono submitted is in. The composition of mixed Psyche searing and the fragment with a polonic match.
Go figure.
We can now be certain that it was a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombing at the Space Center are both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4 and all the other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated.
Fuck yeah.
The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about after all.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
We do it! We saved the daughter.
Eat my dick, Fulbright.
Fuck that guy. God. My instincts about Fulbright were right.
They were.
You
were right not to trust him.
Yeah, I was right not to like or trust him. Damn.
Court is adjourned.
May his fake voice live on in our hearts.
It was a good voice.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being here for Athena.
It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you.
Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep her spirits up. Oh,
That's our
Trucy's so
Trucy for you.
good.
I'm really glad to see you're safe.
She's so good.
Right, I fear I owe you another debt of gratitude.
Edgeworth.
We never could have caught him if it wasn't for all of you.
Oh, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right?
Yes, well... We knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do it until this trial.
Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to the successful conclusion. Charles, are you asking if Apollo and Trucy know their siblings? No, absolutely not, and they never will.
Phoenix didn't tell them for some reason.
Yep, it's just a secret. Besides, it was you that saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it?
So you figured it out, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Getting
that's
my
the gayest thing anyone
That
could
is
possibly do.
so gay. Getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal.
Well, I owed you a few favors.
Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end?
I believe we can stop saying that phrase, yes? Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away.
You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper.
I should smile more, huh?
Oh no.
I'll think about it.
He's just gonna consider it. The complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals.
Athena,
Oh. Hi, Blackwell.
I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Oh. Just barely. But I still made it. That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Oh. My heart.
Oh, it's so cute.
It's so cute.
It's so sweet.
Yeah.
Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth thanks to you.
Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that.
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. Some things in this world are more important than your own life.
Like what?
My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure.
Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh?
It was definitely the most amazing turnaround I've ever seen.
I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around.
Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Right Anything Agency.
Well, nobody's gonna try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help. You're right. And I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Aw. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of the law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Huh?
Like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial. All on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the right That's how it works at the right anything agency, right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? Huh?
As the boss, it's your duty to express your gratitude to your people for their hard work. In that case, allow me to join the festivities. I would greatly welcome a warm bowl of noodles.
Huh? 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 I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? Nothing ever changes, huh?
No.
Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say.
If I get to join in.
Hey, no fair, I want to say it too. Okay, here we go. It's a button. There's a button for it.
There's a little button.
That's good. I like that. Hey! We beat the game!
Yeah, we beat it. We did it.
Holy shit! That... Alright. Alright. That last case is really good.
Yeah. It was a bit rough getting there.
It was
but once we got there,
it was really rough getting there. That case was so fucking good though.
It's incredible, yeah.
It's not
Very strong end.
again, it's still no bridge to the turnabout. It's very close.
Yeah.
Very close second, I think. So far. Is it? Yeah, it is. Because Apollo Justice, yeah, because the highs of Apollo Justice, you're right, weren't as high as this.
Yeah. Or Reclaimed.
Oh yeah, Reclaimed is really good too, though. Fuck. I definitely think this is better than Reclaimed. Like 100%. Like the twist of it makes it so much better than every other case in the entire game.
Transcends.
And in Apollo Justice, for that matter.
Yeah.
Because, like, shocker, the twist of Apollo Justice is that Kristoff is a murderer.
Yeah. Again.
Great shock. Aww. I miss Ninetales Vale. That's such a cool setting.
Yeah.
Monstrous Turnabout was really good. I liked Monstrous Turnabout a lot, even if it was just a repeat of 2-2.
Yeah.
Wait, is that 2-2? Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reunion and Turnabout, yeah.
Yeah. Because 2-1 is Phoenix has amnesia.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I keep saying it, but I think the theming of this of Monstrous Turnabout was really good.
Yeah, it was. I love yokai.
So I can't like, as derivative as it was, and as like, honestly, as kind of nothing as it was at the end, I still liked it a lot for its theming.
Yeah.
Hello, Robin. I still don't know how I feel about Robin.
I mean, as written, she's bad, but our headcanon makes her better.
As written, she's bad. Headcanon makes her better. This is correct. So, I guess that means we have one left in like the mainline series, huh?
For now, yeah.
Dang. Does the Dark Age of the Law... Yeah, does the Dark Age of the Law come up in Spirit of Justice?
Not once, as far as I can remember.
Thank God! Thank God!
Maybe I might be misremembering or just purged it from my memory, but I'm pretty sure it's not mentioned at all because 95% of the game is not set in America or Japan.
Yeah. Oh, thank God. Hey, Clave, your model still doesn't look right. Do the models look better in Spirit of Justice?
Yes, across the board. They completely redid Trucy and Apollo's model. They both look way better now.
Okay. You know what? I think before we end, I want to boot it up and like, are there costumes in that? In the.
Yes.
I'm not gonna get spoiled on anything. You know what? You know what? Okay. Here's the thing. I kind of want to do Spirit of Justice immediately.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I'm okay with that if you want to do that.
Okay. Because I very much want to do Spirit of Justice immediately.
Yeah, we can boot it up now and just you can take a look at the costumes. There's no spoilers there. There's just goofy things.
Is the first case gonna have a good opening cutscene?
Probably, yeah.
Should we watch? No, we're not gonna watch that. Immediate daughter. Yeah, exactly. Do I apparently have to wait until like case 3?
Yeah, because the first case is an introduction, case 2 is the Apollo case back in America, and then case 3 is Maya.
I'm gonna fucking cry.
But if you want to see it right now, we could boot up the anime prologue and you can take a look at that.
How long is that?
Like 11 minutes, I think.
That's too long. This is already 6 hours long. Dang. You know what? No, I think it'd be good to go into into Spirit of Justice mostly blind. Aside from, I do want to look at the costumes.
That's fair.
Man, these credits are long, huh?
Yeah, I've got a lot of characters to cover.
Yeah, and they're in 3D now, so it's like probably a lot more people worked on the models.
Yeah. I'll be real. When Fulbright pulled off the mask, I was like, what the fuck? Solomon did it? You thought it was actually Sullivan for a second?
Yeah. Oh. Wait, wait, what? Who is this?
I think he's talking to Jinxie. Because she's the only character in this game that has, like, a father.
Yeah, but, like, what would her father be accused of?
I don't know. Look at him. Look at him.
Yeah, that's true. What, they even got Winston Payne?
I think it was supposed to be Gaspin Payne.
Oh, right. It was really... Man, they must have shown a lot of restraint in only really bringing Edgeworth back here.
Yeah.
As well. Alright.
I think you're probably safe to skip to the end.
I don't
now,
think I can skip.
No clicking or tapping or anything?
Nope.
Okay. We'll just wait it out then.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty good last case right there.
That was really, really good. I am so impressed with it.
I'm really happy that you managed to stay unspoiled on that twist like the entire way through.
That reminds me, guys. For real talk, no talking about this case in the Discord or in other streams. All right. I do not want this spoiled for Worthy. Do not even allude to what is up with this case. It's like if I got to go in blind, Worthy should be allowed to as well.
I'm gonna post a spoiler tweet with thoughts, but I'm gonna tag it with like Dual Destiny spoilers, and I'm not gonna put anything explicit in it.
Yeah, that's fair. I will try very hard to be very vague about everything I say about it.
You can put it in Rot 13, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Bit of a hassle, but it's keeping people safe. So.
Yeah, maybe I'll do all bed. People like using all bed. I can't believe Clay Terran was. I was genuinely convinced that Needle was right on the money and that it was Clay Terran.
I think there's definitely supposed to be a red herring there because the picture of the Phantom in the hallway is wearing the hat that only like Clayterin wears otherwise.
Yeah. You super got me, Needle. It was very convincing. The evidence pointed towards him. Hi, Pearl. Oh. I'm so excited for Spirit of Justice. I gotta see my daughter again. Does Athena have a case in Spirit of Justice?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's way better than this one, in my opinion. It's very fun. There are some people who don't like it. I think it's hilarious and one of the most fun cases.
The triple objection was so good.
Yeah, that's like wallpaper quality right there.
Yeah. Just like... I like how they're all primary colors, too.
Yeah. Okay, I will say, if you post anything in the spoiler chat, make sure you tag it very clearly. Like, not
Actually,
just...
yeah. Like, make sure you, like, black it out and, like, put Dual Destinies above it, not blacked out.
Yeah, and then put, like, Dual Destinies final case spoilers or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Like, make it very clear. You're not just talking about the game, we're talking about the very last case.
Yeah. Granted, I don't think Worthy would look at all, but no, like...
Yeah, right.
Anybody who wants to play this shouldn't be spoiled on this last case.
Yeah.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
And then it explodes.
God, can you imagine if Starbuck got Challenger in the final moments of the game?
That'd be wild. Oh, her hair's down.
Yeah, because she's free.
Oh. She's not wound up so tight. Yeah, going to space seems super scary.
It does.
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think.
Hell yeah. You're in space again, buddy.
Did it, you made it.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
All right.
That's where that gift comes from.
Yeah.
Cool. That's the game done. Or? Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow.
That was a double meaning. Turn for tomorrow.
Yeah. We beat the game. Oh, really? No, not right now. No, thank you.
We do it.
I'm well aware of the other games that you have on offer. Hold on, I'm gonna cut the break and I'm gonna go. We're gonna close this. Goodbye. We're done Dual Destinies. I think this one actually has like an opening cutscene. Right?
I think so. Yeah, there we go. Oh, never mind.
Oh, maybe it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Okay. Alright, let's look at costumes. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Come
El Tigre costume?
It's my favorite one.
Oh! That's from Greatest Attorney, isn't it?
Yep.
Wow. Oh no. Is that Maya's maid outfit?
It sure is.
These are way better costumes than the ones that were in the previous game.
How funny is it that both her and Phoenix have costumes from the same case?
Yeah, that's so weird.
It's thematically appropriate, I guess.
Yeah. All right. That's all I wanted to look at. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's look at the cases. Here's what we have to look forward to, everybody. Wait, what the fuck? Who's that? Why is that Maximilian dude?
There she is.
There she is. And this is the one. Oh no. All right, that's it. That's all.
That's all. God, whoever voices that character needs to just do a Maximilian dude voice.
Yeah. All right, that's the end of the stream. Because of course it is.
Yeah.
I'm really excited. But you know what? I can totally wait until Monday.
Yeah, this is a good cap on it.
This last case was good. Oh my god, Turnabout Sisters is playing. It knew. Oh, it stopped now. Oh, no, we're going back. Hold on. Go back. Where'd it go? I think I broke my music. There it is. All right. Yeah, so we're going to continue Spirit of Justice on Monday next week. Oh, yeah. Which means streams are going to be starting a little bit later. That stream will be at like 5 o'clock.
So 7 my time instead of 6?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because I start work again on Monday. That's exciting. That is exciting. I like this job. It's very good for continuing to do this stuff.
Yeah, you'll have more money for games and consoles.
Yeah. All right.
And commissions.
Yeah, that too. All right. Thank you, Mina, for joining me throughout Dual Destinies.
It was my pleasure as always. I'm glad I could be there for to help you get through the rough and bumpy parts. So you can get to the delicious chocolate center.
That's a very delicious chocolate center. All right. No stream tomorrow. Wait, no. Yes, there is a stream tomorrow. Actually, Untitled is coming out tomorrow, so we're probably gonna do an early stream of Untitled tomorrow.
Oh, very nice.
Excited for that game to come out. That's the one. That's a game. It's like it's a Hyper Light Drifter like Zelda like game.
That's pretty rad.
Made by POC trans people.
Wow.
So
extra good.
It's cool. Yeah. So we'll do that tomorrow if I wake up in time. I might not. We might just do it after Eastward. Like once I'm done that, I'm not sure, but I will try to do a stream of it tomorrow. All right. With all of that said, I love you all. I hope you'll have a wonderful morning, afternoon, or night. And as always, good sleep.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.